So I just spent a good bit of time before stream pre-preparing all the bases. So those are going to have to dry for a bit. But we got this to do. Managed to actually get 2 of these against all odds. For those unfamiliar, those kind of outside the loop. If you've ever had anything you like kind of enjoy in life, and there's always that like little bit of, oh, we got to pre-order, scalpers, the company didn't handle it well. That's Games Workshop in a nutshell. 81. We're going to try to build both of these kind of simultaneously. But yeah, so Games Workshop, the day these were coming out alongside a couple other things, their website started crashing for everyone. I don't think it's this one. Is it this one? Like, everyone just started having problems. Yeah, here it is. I had friends on the outside of the store, you know, working their asses off to see if they could get one ordered. I was in the actual store because usually what happens on a pre-order day... Grab a couple things here real quick. Usually what happens on pre-order day... No, my EC heads. That's cool. The regular helmets are actually pretty good. But yeah, dude, we got... I lucked out, man. This was crazy. Going through all this crap with GW's terrible pre-ordering concept. Actually coming... Yeah, now I need 3 more. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I need Seekers more than I need these. Because I do kind of want to really lean into the Carnival army list. And these guys are actually going to be sick. Alright, man. These guys are going to be sick in Carnival. Sustain 2 on the frickin' Hades autocannons. On 5s. Oof. No, yeah, that was a sad fucking final. That guy was so sad. And I get it, dude, because I've been there. I've been clocked out while, like, stomping someone to death. I think it was, like, 1 game. Like, I get the clocks, but also... Goddamn. But also, our friends need to use clocks more, because holy shit, that 7-hour game yesterday. Ah! How's this supposed to work? I think that's it. Yeah, it's this side. Uh-oh. No, I thought I bought another one of these. Oh, I did. I got scared for a second there. I should throw out the other glue bottle. The other glue bottle just isn't opening up anymore. It's this way, right? Yeah. So we're going to kind of have to build these modular until the bases are done, because the legs are going to need to be adjustable, since I want them to be dynamically posed on the bases that I custom made. That should be pretty awesome. And then the guns. So I pre-scouted the guns, okay? It's going to be rough. So 78, 82. Okay, I see it. The guns are going to be annoying. The guns are single housing. There is a clip and a barrel to replace on all of them. So that you have, like, the flamer, the missile, blah, blah, blah. Which means I'm going to need to magnetize the barrel entryway. Every clip is most likely going to need to be magnetized, unless I find one where I'm like, it looks normal, and it's fine. And then the housing itself needs to be magnetizable to the side. That way you put, like, you basically put this little box on the side, and then you put the barrel in the front and the little, like, accent on the side of it. And then you can remove it if you need to put, like, the melee weapon on that side. Because one side's a flamer, one side's a missile launcher, and either can be replaced with the melee, but you can't have more than one melee. So if the meta goes like, hey man, missiles are awesome, and the melee weapon, boom, done. But then if it's like, nah man, you want that flamer and the melee weapon, you have to go the other way, and it's kind of annoying. Because the flamer, I think, is made to fit one housing, but not the other, and the same with the missiles, so we'll have to see how that looks. But yeah, goddamn. So pre-order day came, their website locked up, which meant the kiosks at the store locked up. My friend who was at his house, who was also trying to get the pre-order in so that it would actually work, that locked up. And by the time it unlocked, by the time people checked their phones for, like, their version that didn't have a problem, they were already sold out. I watched the store owner get into his phone, or go to the store phone to, like, make a call the moment it happened to be like, hey, what the hell was that, guys? What's going on? It was crazy. That was a wild day, man. Because these are huge. And I mean, I get it. Games Workshop made the money, so why do they care? But, like, dear God. I wonder if it was because their methodology of pre-orders that they were doing around COVID time to try to prevent scalping cost too much. I wonder if that's it. Because they used to have, like, you know, before the pre-order goes live, you can get yourself a ticket to, like, get in line for the pre-order. I think the store kiosks didn't have that system because you were already in person in line and you could just do it. You know, buy one or two or something and then call it a day. Alright. See how this is supposed to go. It's like an over-under weave. It's kind of crazy. I'm getting flashbacks of the Mutalith Vortex Beast glowing this together. Those aren't good memories. I actually, seeing this, I think the one that I built is the size that this ended up being. Like, I can't believe how predictive I was with the Defiler size when I made my custom one. Not only the size of it, but the weapon loadout, all of it. Simul build. Alright, 79. Found it. And 80. This is the part that's a little weird. Okay, I found 80. careful about this. I don't want to dig too much with it. This is a dull X-Acto knife. When I say dull, it'll still cut most things, but it's been used a lot. It's kind of the key. Because if it's too sharp, there's always a chance that it'll catch on a piece of plastic and then just pull itself inward and you'll take out like a whole chunk of something. Versus when it's slightly duller, it seems to be a little bit more focused on like the weaker like mini parts, like the little chaffy things. It's going to be weird to magnetize. The fact that these are ball joints actually made me a little sad. I was hoping they were going to be like kind of how the Dreadnought arms are, where it's like a little snap to joint, because those are perfect. But with it being a ball joint, I'm probably going to have to like finagle some stuff. Oh my god. Oh no. Need to make sure that's properly connected. Ah! Oh no. Now it's all over my hands. Stupid Warhammer. So there's two variants, technically. There's two variants to how this guy's going to be sitting. He can either kind of like have his midsection looking left or right. So we're going to try to make 1 and 1 when we get to that point. '84, '83. Okay, I see it. Man, these are all over the place. This is not an organized sprue, but I guess they didn't need to. It's like one model, so why organize? The guns should be with each other, though. But the body's across like 2 whole sprues. just all over the place. There's helmets on some, and then helmets on another. The back vents are on some. Yeah, because this is the upper body. It's already pretty much the exact same size as the one I made. After watching that War Games Live tournament, I do kind of hope that when 11th drops, like, this is always the hope, I guess, is that the rules are simplified enough that you're able to see what you want to do faster and are able to complete the things during that process faster, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think the pile and consolidate occurring simul might speed a little bit of it up, but I don't know. Oh, I also need to check to make sure my paints are good. Purple feels good. Pink feels good. I might need to go get more orange. Ooh. Chest piece. 87, 85, and 86. Oh, this is for the nipple guns, which I also have to magnetize, and I completely forgot about that. Oh no. Nip guns. Yeah, these two cover my EC. I have the one that I custom built for the Thousand Suns, which I honestly don't even know if I want to use. I get it, but like using it makes me have way less things to put on field. Way less things to use. Like, I basically need to figure out how to fit it into an army. But, like, I still need the mechanics units. I still need the trade units. I don't know how to do that. You do kind of have to make sure these are fine, though. Because like with the MVB, these little points are on the actual seam line. So if the seam line has a bump on it, you've basically screwed over your freaking final result. So yeah, we gotta make sure. I hope that I meet another life. I think in the EC, I'm either running this as Phoenician or I'm running them in a Carnival. I think if I go Carnival, though, I need to get Seekers together. I need to get like two squads of full Seekers, which means I could technically split them into 3 squads of Seekers. But they're some of the cheapest fodder in that list, and they're insanely fast. And you can kind of string them out across the field because of how big their bases are. Okay. It's this. Oh, God. Yep, that's it. is actually way harder than I thought it was going to be. I think there. Okay. We'll let that dry for a second before I push that together and snap it all apart immediately. Because you got to do this. And we can do that a little bit. You have to make sure these go into these little pockets back here. That they actually line up. Because if they don't, you're screwed. And in response, what I could do is that all the way around. And gotta line up. What's up, Goblin? Or Nene Goblin? Oh, dear God. Okay. I kind of see it. So, glue on the dots, definitely. Glue around this outer edge. Glue here. I mean, normally when someone goes off on a diatribe like that, it's because someone else screwed them over. But what you're informing me of is that you were like, man, I got plans, but I guess I'll drink before I do them. Okay. Oh, God. I know, but like, if you knew you were going to do something and you still had the cider, right? Like, was it snuck onto you? Like, it's... Were you, oh, Jesus. How did that split open? Like, were you, like, chilling, and then someone was like, oh, by the way, that was a cider, and you were like, no, my plans. I was going to do stuff. Okay, I see the gap problem here. I might... Hang on. I see it. I see the issue. just gonna pull that off. Like, I get it, but, like, why is this back snap not happening? What's the issue? This is why I'm getting flashbacks of the MVB. I hate it when they do this kind of, like, seamless ball thing, right? Like, look at this nonsense. Like, this side's fine. What you got in your commission pile? Like, the other side went on perfect. Why is this not snapping into position? So there's a little bit there, a little bit there. Yeah. There we go. So last month for me, I don't know how long you've been around for. You're just swinging in, checking stuff out. A buddy of mine commissioned me to paint 140 Sisters of Battle units for himself. So that was my last month. That was great. They looked awesome. However, going forward, if anybody else goes, hey, I have Sisters of Battle, I'd like to commission you to paint, there's a tax going on top of that. Straight up. Like, I have never experienced a more obnoxious thing to paint. Like, you don't think it. You don't think they'd be bad. Right? Because they're small. But then you start painting them and you're like, why are the details this tiny? Like, how did they do that? So I own a bunch of different tanks, right? And you know how the tanks have those, like, step out little things, like those little stairs that come out of the side so that, you know, it looks like someone can, like, open the side door, step down kind of situation. Every single one I've ever owned, Horus Heresy, regular Chaos Space Marines, the Space Marine ones I've seen, those are always a solid piece with a texture of a fence over it, like that kind of textury fence. So it's just a flat piece. Pog. The Sisters is actually, like, straight up chicken wire, like the tiniest chicken wire you've ever seen. Like, what meth was the designer at Games Workshop on when he was like, yo, I got an idea. This will be so cool. I was painting some of the things he put together because he glued it all together, which, thank God. I probably would have tripled the price if he asked me to glue it together. But there were tanks that he had that had shrines on the back of them, like shrines that have tablecloth, tons of different candles, books, small boxes, wood texture, all on something no bigger than, like, this guy's shield. Like, it's just this little thing, and I was like, what the hell? What's happening? Alright, so this is the split part where we're going to do one like this and one like this. That way we have the two different dynamic angles. So 33, 32. I think the bottom parts are fine. I think it's the mid-waist that changes. Yeah, that's where the split is. So we can double this up. So it's not this. It's this one. $33, $32, $34. I think the mid-waists are on one sprue, so I could just do the same. I could cut them off the same sprue and be fine. Kravik's the, was it the, is my brain right? Is Kravik the Imperial Guard thing? 32. The, like, super truck. I made a Defiler, because Defilers were kind of hard to find for a little while. Oh, the new Iron Warrior, that's right. I'm not good with names, in life and in 40k. Where's 34? Or did I already do 34? No, I did 33, 32. Where's 34? Oh, there it is. It's the opposite side. Good job, Games Workshop. But yeah, I kit bashed 2 War Dogs and a bunch of Mauler Fiend parts into a single Defiler. Because they just didn't have Defilers out. And I didn't like the Defiler, the old model, because I played 3rd, I played 4th, I played 5th. I was there for when that Defiler model released. I owned 2 of them. I bought 3 of them, and then I used 1 to put into the other 2 to convert them to the full melee variants. Because that was fun. But when I moved, I had to get rid of a lot of it. So I didn't have them anymore. And then when I came back, they had the same old Defilers from that time. And I was just like, oh, I don't want to buy any of these. And I couldn't either way. Like, every time I looked around, the Defilers were either sold out or, like, it was just not good. So I just bought a box of War Dogs and used all my extra Forge Fiend bits. Since, you know, I had, or Mauler Fiend, because I had 2 Forge Fiends and 1 Mauler Fiend. So I had, like, extra plasma cannon, which I made the cannon. And then I had some heads. I had the Mauler Fiend head. I had, like, a bunch of components, body parts, like hip joint things. I went crazy. And I just added the War Dogs to it. Made a really cool looking Defiler. And I was like, oh, this is great. New Defiler rules drop, and basically everything I did to my custom Defiler is part of the rules. It looks like it has 2 Hades las cannons and a plasma chest cannon. So, I did it, everybody. I predicted. Nice. Hang on, let me... Do I need to trim this, or is it the other one I gotta trim? I think I can show you it. So I went with the head on the bottom, So I thought that was more aggressive looking. Gave him the little claws down here. Did the chainsword arms. Did some blade back legs. Added a bunch of like armor plating to the tops. This is, I think, from the castigator I had that I didn't use, so I put them on top to sort of extend the armor on the shoulders. Las cannons. Fully mobile. And then I did the plasma cannon mouth because I was like, yeah, that's basically like the regular cannon. Now we actually have the plasma cannon. We also have Super Scuttle. Everyone was wondering if it was going to go Titanic, and then it didn't. And people were like, oh, no. But then Super Scuttle, so you can just go through terrain of any height, and it doesn't matter. So technically, these are great in Emperor's Children Pantheon. Or not Pantheon, Jesus. Phoenician. Because Phoenician, the main goal of Phoenician is to allow Fulgrim to be able to go through terrain. But the fact that it's explicitly like it'll make a demon go through terrain. It's like, oh, that's cool. That means when the Defilers come out, those will be able to go through terrain using that same ploy. Well, Fulgrim can still go through, and now every single Defiler you have access to can also go through. So I might run Court of the Phoenician with Fulgrim and 2 Defilers as like my core stompy. And the trick is, I don't know what I'm going to give them as loadouts. I think it's still worth it to go the chest plasma cannon. But I actually do think there's a world where those auto cannons are really good, because sustain 2. Oh yeah, just let me know. Because I gotta add you, of course. I mean, that's my system. I physically add people to my Discord with positives. How does this go? Goes like that? Okay. I had it a sec. Oh, there we go. No. Gotta try to get this right. Does it lock in? How does this go? Did I hate it when they do this? And it's like so hard to see the actual locking mechanism. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Hoo-yah! Discord, say hi. Neophyte. Wave. It's like a monster from Contra. I do like the new model. I like it a bit. I like that they're unifying the demon engines a little bit visually. Like, even the Hellbrute looks closer to all of this stuff now, the Forge Fiends, Mauler Fiends, and stuff, but I feel like they are phasing that Hellbrute out, and I get it. I hate it, but I get it. Because, man, Hellbrutes, they just don't fit in, like, 90% of systems outside of a aura for Chaos Space Marines. The amount of things I've watched kill my Hellbrute that, like, statistically, I'm like, how? How did that work? How did you bolt gun kill my Hellbrutes? What's happening here? It would. They could even change the model if they want, because the model's hard to get. It's only online. And if you order it, it doesn't come in a box that's like, hey, this is a Hellbrute. It comes in a, hey, this is a random box we had in our warehouse box. Which makes me feel like they're kind of done with it, right? It genuinely makes me feel like they looked at it and they're just like, let's not make any more, like, promotional material for this thing. Let's just be done with it. I think they really should, in a similar fashion to what they did with this Defiler, by being like, oh, there's 3 different helmets on it. Or, no, what is it? 4 different helmets and then, like, 4 Chaos Space Marine helmets. We've talked about this. I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about this. The goal, honestly, should be to focus on the idea that, like, there's a World Eater variant, there's a Thousand Sun variant, and then those are the loadouts, right? Like, the Thousand Sun one has a Force Staff, maybe like an auto cannon or a heavy bolter or something, and that's what you get, and it's tooled and interesting for the army. It's not just some weirdo that goes, hey man, I make you take a battle shock. It's like, alright man. Cool beans, I guess. Because then you can get, like, you can get the Emperor's Children one with a freaking noise weapon. That would be pretty sweet. I don't know if they replace it with the Dread. If they're not going to keep it with, like, a slight adjustment to what weapons it'll have, I genuinely think they get rid of it and then tell us to our faces that our Dreads are Forge Fiends and Mauler Fiends. And that's it. It's the end of the story. Forge Fiends, Mauler Fiends. Those are your Dreads. You want a big Dread? Defiler. Alright, so 38 and 37. Actually, 35, 36. There's more to go here. Where the hell? It's 36. What does 36 look like? found it. But yeah, I would love to have an EC Noise Hellbrute. I would love to have a Thousand Sun Psyker Hellbrute. I'd love for my buddy to have a World Eater's like dual chain axe. Or like dual heavy chain axe. Friggin' ridiculous Hellbrute. Like, come on. Give me that Nurgle Plague Spreader. Just passively be like, yeah, this thing always has +3 to the infection size or something. Like, give it a Plague Spewer and like a weird axe or a bell or something. I don't know. Because 9 times out of 10, you look at the Hellbrute, weapon loadouts. Because there's a lot. There are. Every Hellbrute and every detachment's like you get to pick one of like 10 ranged weapons, and then one of like 4 melee variants. The only limitation is on which side those are on, because if you want it on like the right hand side, maybe you don't get the Power Scourge or whatever. But then you look at the list, and there is always like one clear winner on every list. Because what the hell are you doing if you put a las cannon on it? It's a single las cannon shot. You're going to be disappointed every single time you shoot with that thing. Top viewers at Streamaboo. Yeah, so just lean into, like, making them cool perf action, and I'd be happy. Dude, I just want a Noise Marine EC. Frickin' Hellbrute. Come on. Come on. Don't even give him melee weapons. Like, I'm being completely serious here. Don't give him melee weapons. Give him the worst melee out of all EC possibilities, but give him a freaking ranged loadout and ability that's kinda awesome. I'll take it. I'll take it, and I'll love it. And he'll be my favorite. I'll get 3 of them. I'll only ever use 1, though, probably. World Eaters have okay vehicles. EC really needed vehicles. Thank God. Dude, when the DEFILER was coming out and the picture leaked that was like, hey, check it out, everybody. It has a Emperor's Children head. I was like, oh, please. We were in a psychological space then of if Games Workshop drops this kit and is like, oh yeah, that Slaanesh head is just in case you want a Slaanesh market and Chaos Space Marine, and EC's not getting it. There's a part of me that was like, maybe I quit, right? Like maybe I just stop playing Warhammer. I kind of love the Mutilith Vortex Beast because it kind of sucks. It was really good for a while, and then like they kept nerfing stuff into the ground that made it like kind of mid. But the thing I really like about it is if you actually use it in AOS where it's from, you're not allowed to use it as a Disciples of Tzeentch player. You can only use it if you're going to play the frickin'... Unless they added it finally with the new book, which I haven't checked yet. But you can only play it as the Slaves of the Darkness player. Which, that feels really weird to me. That, like, the Slaanesh-themed monster doesn't get access to the... the Tzeentch-themed monster doesn't get access to the quintessential Tzeentch-themed, like, list in AOS where it's from. That'd be like the Slaughter Beast only being able to be used in Slaves to Darkness and not freaking the Corn variant. I don't think this is lined up properly. Yeah, maybe it is. Oh, that'd be so cool. If they should. Honestly should be like, all right, the Corn one's for World Eaters. I'd be happy with that. Because he's kind of cool looking. Although, maybe it's because of the theming, right? Because if you know how that thing goes together, it's supposed to have a bunch of, like, old-looking swords and stuff hanging off of it. Because people were, like, stabbing it and stuff, and it was, like, just still killing. Nah. Damn, the TikTok meme song. Alright, there's that. I mean, it's kind of acceptable, but I think one of the swords has, like, the mark of Sigmar on it, so it's just odd. If they added chain sword variants, or, like, an Eldar power sword variant, I could easily see it working. 44. So 44 needs 43. Yep, good. $37, and then this one requires let's do the pistons first, just so I don't mix them up. 47, 48. I'm still surprised I actually got these. Genuinely yesterday, okay, so leading up to me actually getting both of these defilers, there was the rumor that they were going to just declare the delay for the actual models because of they like screwed up a shipment or something. A lot of the distributors in the US were finding out that even though they were told, like, hey man, expect to get a couple hundred of these, they were then told, like, hey man, you're going to get like 4. Due to a mix-up that we had, you're getting 4, and we were all like, oh no. So the assumption was they were just going to declare a delay, like, last minute, and then I wasn't even going to be able to get them. But here we are. Lucky you, dude, getting green stuff. I was actually looking around for green stuff today, because I assumed I was going to need it for this. I went to all the stores that normally carry it. None of them had it. I know green stuff's been getting, like, weirdly rare in this country, and it's odd. I guess because Army Painter hates sending it here or something. I'm gonna have to find, like, an alternative epoxy putty that I can use. Like, I've got Milliput, but Milliput does, like, that weird thing where it doesn't get a lot of detail. So it's great for making rocks and stuff on bases. Damn, he got it because of luck. Mutilators look good, though. Are you going to be hella shocked if the next balanced data slate comes out and then they don't change the fact that they can go in rhinos and land raiders? Are you going to stuff a land raider full of them and friggin' mutilith charge bomb something into the dirt? Or friggin' mutilator. Just annihilate them, man. Oh, no way. Uh-oh. Well, thankfully, weirdly, nerd culture seems to have a lot of, like, random people who have way too much money. And there's gonna be someone who's out there purchases, like, I imagine, so Army Painter distributed green stuff, locally speaking. And if green stuff, like you're saying, came from one place that shut down, I wonder if Army Painter figures it out themselves, how to make it. It'll probably make it way more expensive to make, but someone's gonna have to fill that gap. Or else we're about to have a bad time. I'm gonna be out here using those UV curing clay little boxes. So the Defiler head I could see from based on what I saw, because there's like a singular like head and then you attach masks to the front of it. So you could probably easily do that. The weapons are going to be annoying, and I'm going to be doing it. Because the weapons are single housing. I don't know if you've opened it and looked at the plans yet, but the weapons are single housing. So each side will only have a single housing for the left and right, which has to have then, and if you've built a Hellbrute, you've already experienced this, a front piece for the weapon and a side piece for the clip. That is different based on every gun it can be. And then it has a melee weapon. And the melee weapon can go in either arm slot. Which means you can't just glue the housings in and be like, all right, here's the housings, they're set, and then I'll just magnetize the clip and the front. No, you also have to magnetize the housing just in case you're like, I want the missile launcher and the melee weapon. Now I want the flamer and the melee weapon. Now I want two weapons and I want them to be the autocannons. So that's going to be super fun because I'm going to be doing it. All right, let's make the peanut midsection. Hell yeah. Peanut midsection. That's the goal. Because you need to be able, if you want to be able to do the flamer or the missile launcher at any point in time with a melee weapon, you have to be able to remove both. And then past that point, you, with the ability to remove the front housing and the side housing of each of the baby little components, that allows you to then reclip in to make the autocannons or the las cannons beyond the flamers and the missile launchers, which is of key importance. So they want me to put this in now, but I'm assuming I'm going to need to connect. Oh, uh-oh. That's not good. My hands, they're covered in glue and they're slippery because of it. I mean, it's not good, but it's not the worst. Because I do technically have a whole other one on the other container. I found it. The chest as well. Let me show you the interesting thing about the chest cannon for your magnetization pleasure that I noticed when I was looking at this. So the way the chest works is you're supposed to tag the left and right of the armor into the left and right of the midsection. This thing here. And that the cannon sort of slots in, right? Like there's these little left and right slots here that sit sort of in these little clip-in regions on the left and right. So my assumption is one of two things happens here. Either this is easy to remove just by like pulling it out and putting in the other one, or you need to magnetize this front plate to pop the plate off, remove the weapon, put the new one in, put the front plate back on. So we'll take a look at that when we get there. We're not quite there yet. We're a bit away. I'm going to save that till later because these need to connect to something, and I want to make sure they're right. Yeah, I'm just, since these are going to be my EC color scheme, which, I mean, for those who are unfamiliar. Yeah. I can't really make them for my Thousand Suns or Vashdor, since those are more like a solid type of color. How does this even sit in here? It feels like it's so close to being like where... Oh, there it is. You almost need to like vice grip this in. But the moment I bought the first one, like, you knew, or I knew rather, that this had to be EC. With how little EC has in vehicles, let alone like ranged functionality to destroy serious like tanks and stuff. Dude, I played in a tournament, and does this go on top or under? There we go. And like, I was playing EC, and like almost everyone I played was a Knights player. Do you understand the amount of work that goes into killing a Knight as an EC player, especially when you're me and you decide, I don't really need to buy a Forge Fiend? Forge Fiends are for people who, or Mauler Fiend rather. I don't need a Mauler. Mauler Fiends are for people who don't roll well with their Demon Princes, right? Like, it's me. I'm the one that doesn't roll well with my Demon Princes. Surprise. Dude, in yesterday's game I played against my buddy, I've never seen myself roll that bad in, like, the longest time. He never shot at my my Zangor Enlightened squad that was, like, the archers with the Exalted Sorcerer so that it could have 18-inch lone op. He never shot at it. And I was down 3 bodyguard because of how bad my psychic tests were rolling. And 2 of the times I did that, I didn't even get the spell, and it was the cheapest spell you can cast. So that was my life that whole game. It was crazy. My go phase, I had one good moment. Because you have to kind of think of the moments, right? He misplaced some Terminators because he had a big squad of Terminators. Those are very hard to hide. So he had them ready to scout into a building to get out of my line of sight. I had redeploy, so I redeployed one of my Sectar robots to sit in front of his scout move to prevent him from moving. So he adjusted, but it wasn't quite enough. I was still able to see it, so I popped out with a Forge Fiend and wiped almost all of his Blightlord Terminators. I cast Malefic on them because he was playing an army that was stealth. He was also playing an army that had the access to -1 to wound. So when I went to shoot at them with my Forge Fiend, I made it Malefic so that no negatives worked on it, and then I just obliterated them. And I was like, yeah, that's awesome. And then it just became a slow trudge from that point forward of me like, I'm shooting you 30 times, and it's 50-50, and I got 1 wound through. Cool. Cool. Like, just the whole rest of the game. It's like, all right. I had my one moment of awesome, and I'm just going to have moments of suck after that. That's perfectly fine, I guess. All right, so that's on... They want me to do... Is it different? 49.51. Okay, so they want you to do the same thing you just did, but they want you to do it in a different order, it looks like. Okay. So 49.51. But yeah, to anyone who's ever put together a Mutilith Vortex Beast, this is what it feels like. This, if you put this together, this is what it feels like to put together a Mutilith Vortex Beast. Having to, like, perfectly align everything and snap stuff in without it kind of actually going in. Like, you have to kind of find the right angle. It's crazy. That one, and then 50. I'm going to go to the store, like, maybe next week. And I'm going to play Court of the Phoenician with Fulgrim and 2 of these. I'm going to do it once. I need to get it out of my system before a tournament. And then, worst case scenario, it's so stupidly good that I take it to a tournament. Or I get just absolutely crushed by someone who kind of expected it. So far, my favorite thing that's ever happened after coming back to 40K in 10th edition, my actual favorite thing that I've ever been a part of, was at my friend's house doing a 2v2. And we kind of all decided, screw it, let's just go to mid and see what happens. And I was playing the half-demon detachment for 1,000 Suns. And he had one of his dreadnoughts in mid, too. And we just had, it was this massive scrap that took like 2 turns to get through. It was huge. There's so many squads in the area. We were all trying to like see who was gonna win, and then eventually my Kairos died. Sad face. And then he blew up, which is like a D6 plus something. Like, he's out there, man. He's a lot of damage if he blows up in your face. We had all these cards too for like missions, like assassinate and stuff, and they had like characters in that area that were 1 health characters at that point. So we got like all these missions done from my explosion. It was like assassinate no priz. And I did enough damage to kill the dreadnought, which then subsequently exploded. Oh, it was awesome. There was so much gone in the middle. I mean, that's the idea, man. That's what you want. I live for those moments. I don't even care. I lose that game by 40 points. I still had that moment. I go home happy. I need to figure out how to deal with Death Guard. Ow, fuck. Like, if I'm playing against Death Guard who use Death Shroud, do I just opt to not go until the end of turn 3, right? Like, do I wait till turn 4 to actually do anything on any army? I don't know, because every time I do it, every time I ever try to do anything against Death Shroud Death Guard, I make a play, and if the play doesn't work, we might as well shake hands, because Death Shroud are coming in, and I didn't kill any of the things I was trying to kill, and it's like, well... I gotta figure it out. I've never had a good game into Death Guard. They're just too much of a puzzle for me, man. I play EC and it's like the fun police. Yo. Goblin, do you watch War Games Live? Because you should probably watch back the entire weekend. Because the entire weekend at the tournament he just went to, almost every game had a Tau player in it, and they were all different. Because almost everyone at this event was playing Tau, and they were all playing different detachments. It was crazy. The last game was super sad, though. It's going to hit you in the feels. The guy got clocked. It's never fun watching a final go out because of a clocking. I feel like the way tournaments might want to do last rounds, especially if it's like the last round, like this is for who's gonna win kind of moment, you should probably lean into the idea of like maybe assessing with judges, like don't do clock but make sure the person's not getting slow played kind of situation. I don't know how else to handle that. It's like kind of sad, man. How does this work? I was a place to call my own. Which pure suit list did you make? Was it Retaliation? One of the guys had suits that were the burst guns. We didn't, like, he told us what was in the list. We were informed during the episode, this is what's in the list. And none of us knew any of the names. We were just kind of like sitting there like, what is that? What's he talking about? I've never heard of that. Is that a new Tau suit? No, it's been a Tau suit the whole time. It's just no one ever played him. Oh, prototype. That's where you get to pick the different guns, right? You get like weird upgrades to battlesuit guns. That's pretty cool. Take a look at this. I imagine you could build the other side in the exact same way and it might go on better. So battle suits are a vehicle, correct? I mean, you get enough lone op built into the army anyway that, like, it probably doesn't matter that you're not going to really get the benefit of how the new terrain works. Well, the stealth suits. Are stealth suits like just people or infantry or something? Which, that's like kind of redundant, right? Like, it's, I guess the new terrain rules are probably better set for like heavier Pathfinder and crude armies. Since most battle suits are just like, yo dog, I'm stealth. We stealth out here. Oh my god, there's a small piece that has to go back here. What? Dude, I was super right about how big these things are supposed to be. This does kind of make me sad. I don't. If you've played, what was it? It was. Let me get rid of this. If you played Rogue Trader, there's a moment in it where you actually have to fight a Defiler, and it's just a really cool looking version of the older Defiler. Like, they actually make it look a little bit more nice. And now there's a whole ass new Defiler that they could have just used in there. It'd be crazy if, like, a patch goes out for the next DLC and it replaces that Defiler with this version. It'd be awesome. Go together properly, please. Please. Good. God, the third and fourth. Well, I think it's 4th edition Tau, because I don't think Tau were out in 3rd. I don't think they were. They might have been. I can't remember when they dropped. I know I was there for them and Necron coming out. That was crazy. Wild times. Man, I remember the old Tau. Old Tau was nuts. Half their guns were just like, I know I don't see you, I'm just going to shoot anyway. Where's the butt thing? It's 53. Is it not on this one? Nope, there it is. No, this guy can't 6-brick suits. Nice. You get lucky with it, or was it like fairly easy near you, Kong? Because it was up in the air whether I was going to be getting these. I called around when the pre-order went out and it, like, everyone was getting screwed over. I called so many spots and they were like, dude, we're already full up. No. I got to the store early enough, and one of the people there that could have bought one, but he already has 3 like the old version, decided to just get the new Iron Warrior stuff because he loves Iron Warriors. And then the only other person ahead of me they were doing like 1, right? Like, you get 1. So I was like, all right, cool. So I actually got one of the 2 that he got sent. That was a brilliant follow through over there for that. And then while we were sitting in a Barnes & Noble, my other friend called and was just like, hey man, I'm all the way up here. He was like an hour away or something. And he was like, I'm driving to a store now that I used to like work at, and they told me they have one on hold if I want it. It's like, yeah. It's pretty awesome. It was a great moment. You're going to run so many battle suits, bro. All right, this is going to be annoying to put on. I can feel it. No, no. No. No, stop it, please. Please. There you go. There you go. Oh, no. Worst piece so far to glue onto this thing. Tiny little tail piece. It's literally that little notch right there. This little thing. Yeah, see? That's what it looks like before. It's just this weird little gap. Yeah. No. No, don't you do it. No, flip back. There we go. Then, the classic crotch cover. Boop. I think. Is this where it goes? We gotta figure out this. Well, I mean, what else do you get as Elite Battle Line, specifically from the Empire itself? Okay, I can see why they didn't want me to do it this way. also see that it is technically easier. Highly recommend not actually gluing these little pistons in. Until the very end. Because if you get it wrong, it's not going to be good. Okay. Yeah, there's a chance someone probably called last second, was like, eh. Because, like, places like that can get stiffed. Which, honestly, with these things, it's not that you're getting screwed over if a customer's like, I don't want it this time. Because, like, if you're an FLGS and, like, you have a moment where you're just like, I kind of want a little more money, right? Like, a little more money than I would have gotten. I feel like you can be in a situation where... Let me try to get this in. Good. You can kind of get into a situation where you're like, all right, let me just put this up online for like $20 more than it would have been. Because these are going to be kind of scalped for a while, man. You're about to watch them go up maybe 25 points on a data slate after absolutely annihilating. Yo, I think intercessor, or I think suppressors are actually going to be really good in 11th. Like, there's something in me where I'm like, weirdly, I think suppressors, the little autocannon jump pack guys, might actually end up being really cool. Because if cover doesn't do anything with armor like it does now, AP1 weapons become good again. And then autocannons that can fly to a roof really, really quick. And then just, like, unload with +1 to hit. Might actually end up being really cool. And yes, we are magnetizing today. Well, hopefully. Check that nonsense. It's probably like -1 to hit on infantry if they hit them. So, like, that's pretty cool. But yeah, these are both going to be EC, Peacock. Because my Emperor's Children need the support. Caissons. At least for now. Which, again, I kind of nailed it. And wait, what are you talking about? The K-Suns rule, did they give... is the Hades autocannon plus 2 AP, or are you talking about something else? I tried the las cannon variant. Oh, the spell. Okay. Spells are a soft spot for me. I did just have a game yesterday where I lost most of my bodyguard trying to cast that reroll spell onto a single target, and I never got the spell to go off. I think I got rerolls on ones once, and that was it. But the 2 other times it didn't go off, and I rolled doubles, and I lost a bodyguard and a half for max mortal rolls. If I'm playing Thousand Suns, I am not playing with their spellcasting rule. Like, whatever interaction I do, I have to assume I'm not getting the spellcasting rule. Because, like, you're saying it like it's just gonna happen. Oh, you're gonna get plus 2 AP, you're gonna get the full rerolls, man. No, I'm not. I'm 100% not. I have to play Thousand Suns in the fashion of, all right, I don't have a detachment rule. Here we go. And I kind of hate that. Oh no. There we go. Well, we're going to have to see what rules change, Goblin. We're going to have to see what rules change. Because right now, like, sticky objectives doesn't exist. Because there's no objectives. It's just terrain mats that are going to be kind of the objectives, but they're not necessarily called objectives. So they're probably going to change that over to something like, sticky, the actual terrain mat. So it's like, all right, cool. The wording's going to shift. Tell me the benefit of ignore, benefit of cover on a flamethrower. When benefit of cover is -1 to hit on a weapon that doesn't roll to hit. There needs to be changes. So we're going to see some changes. So the Raven Guard stuff might change. Yeah, but so in theory, I think they might be doing away with the ballistic skill shifting. They might just be going straight up into the plus minuses to hit. The question is whether or not they limit it at 1 or they make it go to 2. Because if they make it go to 2, then putting like a stealth unit in terrain is really good. And there might be tactical value there. So it's like, all right, cool. All right, midsections done. Where do we go from here? Back pistons. And then we get to pick heads. So, like, that kind of stuff, I'm like, huh, I wonder what's going to happen, right? Like, it could be kind of cool. So, 46 has to go with this one. 39 and 40. I wonder what they're going to do about Chaos Knights. So, how soon before you guys think we're going to be given access as a Chaos Knight to the new Knight that's out? Because going into 11th, all Knights are going to be +1 to hit that are considered towering. Which, the whole reason they did what they did in the current edition of making them like hit on 3s and such is to try to allow you to take more of them to feel more effective at combat. Right? So if all big knights go up in points costs and only the Imperial have access to the slightly larger than War Dog Knights, what do we think that's going to end up meaning? Okay. It's not this one, right? This one wouldn't have fit there. No. So that's for that. Think we get something else, or do you think they just give us more access to, like, Chaos Cultists or something? Because we have that one detachment that gets good benefits out of Cultists. Do they put, like, a bunch of different demon types? Because that's how people are playing Chaos Knights right now, for the most part. Is we have X amount of knights, and then we have about 1,000 points of demons, right? Like, or maybe like 500. Because I think it's a quarter for that variant. But they just take a bunch of, like, mechanics demons and then call it a day. Beautiful. This is the most, like, Doom-coded monster. This straight up just looks like a boss out of a Doom game. Do you think they go like, yeah, you can take Defilers in Chaos Knights as like your mid tier? That'd be nuts. Because they're already 250 points, so they're already like almost 100 points more than an average War Dog. These things are just low health big knights. This is absolutely crazy. All right, we can choose headpieces. I think one's going to get spikes and one's going to be flat, right? So there's a method where you add kind of like an overhang thing for the Thousand Sun variant, but I don't think we need to do that. So I don't like the Chaos Undivided symbol on the back. So yeah, I think we go flat and then the one with the trophy rack. Oh yeah, I think I saw that actually. I think I saw the red energy weapon character in the World Eater's army. Yeah, I think this is how we do it. I was looking through to see if I had a good Demon Prince head to put inside of here, but I don't really have one that I want. So we'll go for a flat back. Then we'll go for the spiked back. I looked at the box and I noticed the Space Marine head on the trophy, and that was the immediate moment I realized it was a lot smaller than I thought.
Poggers.
Poggers. I miss my old soundboard. I used to have a Go XLR, and then it would start disconnecting. Like, it kept being like, oh, your audio driver is disconnected every 2 seconds. Super not fun. I think that company's, like, not really doing anything anymore, right? Like, they kind of just vanished. I need to look into them again. Because I still have the equipment. It's just, it never worked the way it was supposed to. I'm using just a regular old mixer right now. So I'm putting a pause on what I'm painting now, so I can at least catch the Defilers up to it. Then we can technically do my last squad of Noise Marines alongside the Defilers. I'm getting good deals on stuff, man. My last squad of Noise Marines was 20 bucks. One of the guys that works at the store bought that really big box set that came out for Emperor's Children, and that meant he had one more Noise Marine squad than he needed. So he was just like, oh, dude, I'll sell it to you. And the rule in the store is you can't, or like the rule in general is you can't like sell something you purchase as an employee to someone for any more than like you paid for it. So he got like the box set was already discounted. He got a big discount on the box. And then we basically just mathed it out. So I got Noise Range for $20. Yes. Just rapidly finishing up my Emperor's Children because of it. Technically, I think all I need is a Greater Demon or something. Hell yeah. I wish I could buy some of those like Bandai Namco Gundam like ball joints that were the same size as this. So you could actually just have a proper adjustable leg that snaps. So it's just like click, click, click. Move it to a good spot. So we have to magnetize the nipple guns. We have to figure out how we're going to be magnetizing the cannon. And then we've got to figure out how to magnetize these. These are ball joint, which means I think I'm going to put magnets on the top. And then inside the gun itself, once we see the gun, we'll probably put the magnet on the top side of the connector. Either that or we'll do like a top-bottom thing. I'm not sure. Because I'm not falling for it again. I tried to do this with my Forge Fiend where I magnetized it, but because it was a ball joint, every time you put the gun on, it would just flip down. Which is kind of crappy. Never again. Alright, what heads do we use? I think we do one Slanesh head, maybe? I don't know. I don't really like the Slanesh head. I almost feel like just doing... No, that is an Iron Warrior one. Maybe we just do it. We need two 154s. Which was close to the middle on one of these. There it is. The only other thought I had for this is I have a bunch of War Dog, like the dog heads. We could take a look and see how those look. Oh, there it is. So before I glue these in, maybe I grab one of those. I don't know. It doesn't look... They wouldn't look as clean, I think, as the actual Emperor's Children head. Oh, also, pull up my bits box. I wonder if there's going to be a place we can put this. This is why I'm annoyed I don't have my green stuff. Maybe on top of the claws. I'll keep one out. Just so we can see. I do kind of like the Thousand Sun attachment. The one that goes over top. I know that it pulls it closer towards what the sectars look like, which I don't know. I'm getting I feel okay with them when I look at them, but like I do really wish they looked slightly different for their heads, a little less automaton and a little more like Egyptian themed. I might sub-assemble this though. My buddy brought up the idea of sub-assembling this for like a different reason, but I think what we might want to do, we can put the robot head in. That's perfectly fine. But then we keep the masks separate. And eventually what we do is I think we blue tack the outer edge, or we like tape and then blue tack all this, right? With the robot head inside. This gets painted the yellow gold, or the yellow orange glow that I have to make it look like the inside of it's glowing. And then we paint the mask in a way where like it sits in it. Like maybe I actually I don't know. We would have to paint the mask so like the under part, like this little lower jaw area looks like it's getting hit with the glow. So maybe we do just go all in. I can make the decision. I don't have to glue these on right away, I don't think. But maybe there is a world where I have to glue the mask in, and then I just seal this off, do the yellow-orange, and then try to physically paint the turquoise to purple on top of it. So it looks like it's kind of coming out of a furnace. Which I like. I like the idea of that. It's kind of fun. Because we're probably going to do the blue tack. Because there's going to be engines back here. And I might blue tack around the bottom or tape around the bottom and inside and make them gold orange. Or I can just paint them the white and then work up with the gold. Like I normally do. Because I either manual do it or I'll try to gradient do it. With an airbrush. Take a look at this. How does this work? Assuming it's this side, maybe. Okay. I think I can keep the masks off. That's fine. Because it's not that hard to airbrush them for the energy, honestly. It actually might be better to keep the mask off if I'm trying to do that. To be real. Oh, god damn it, dude. There we go. No. I can see why this might be easier with the mask. I've almost dropped this thing like 3 times. Come on. Robot head definitely goes in first, though. Robot head definitely in. Definitely chilling. I bought so much blue tack. I'm ready to go on making this all energy. Let me just take a look. Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll keep them separate. Cool. Heads. All right, we're on the exhaust pipes. This is probably always my least favorite part of doing stuff like this is the exhaust pipes. I hated it on every single War Dog. I hated it on every single night. Hated it on all my Forge Fiends, all my Mauler Fiends. So it's 105 and 106. We'll try to keep them together. And it's always because they come in 2 different halves. 107, 108. Where's that? Oh, here we are. I'm guessing you can put these on. Yeah, okay, so you put them on in any order. So there'll be at least some variation there. That's good. 109, 110. Okay. Thankfully, they're all next to each other, so that works out. So I'm assuming I'll just cut the rest of them out on this. We'll assemble. So I feel like I've asked a few times, but hopes and dreams for 11th edition. Honestly, I know that people are pointing out like, oh, I wish this rule changed. I hope this rule gets adjusted. What do we think is going to adjust to reassess what already exists to fit into 11th? Like I said before, if cover is explicitly about -1 to hit, all the ignore benefit of cover weapons that are flamers usually are meaningless to like have that benefit because you don't roll to hit anyway. So like what do you think happens there? What do you think we get to replace that thing? And what happens to make armor like go up or down, or is everything's armor what it is now? At which point you've got those Imperial Guard armies that are like, oh, you get double benefit of cover. Is that going to be -2 to hit? Or are they going to get like a reword where it's like, yeah, your armor save will go up 1. Giving them eventually -1 to hit and armor save up. There's a lot of variables going on, man. I'm intrigued. Oh. Okay, this one's a little less okay to drop on the floor. Okay, there it is. Because I know people are talking from the perspective of like, oh, that's cool, that'll work well with this rule over here. But it's like, are you sure that rule's going to stay? I'm sure of nothing. Nothing. Do we think there's going to be an advent of like melee armies going forward that are normally not considered good but will be considered very good just because of how Fights First works, where it's not that worrying anymore? People usually, like, in people's personal strategies, what they tend to do is they're like, all right, well, I'm really good at shooting with all this stuff, but I'm going to have this with Fights First so that I can I can heroic intervention with it. That way I'll heroic intervene with something that's going to swing first and I can protect my unit. Now you can't like do that anymore. That very common like strategic concept is now just out the window. Because you're going to need like 3 different fights first units to pull that nonsense off. It's just not going to work well. It could just be like the over fix for Victrix or something. Although I don't think Victrix are fights first anymore, right? Or were they never it? Or was it like a detachment thing? It certainly shreds one of the concepts out of the Black Templar, which kind of sucks. It makes Lucius a joke now. Like, Lucius sees some reduction in points. I'm intrigued to see how much they, like, hard change. Because they basically said, you know, if you have the codex, you're good. You'll have your info. But does that mean you just need the app at that point? Because the info might change so drastically that it's like, yeah, put the code in. Because that's the only way you're going to know what the hell you're looking at anymore. Until you get a new codex.
Poggers.
Poggers. What's up, Mortrid? NASA badge. What's up? We out here trying to get the Defilers as far as we can in their builds. We'll probably be able, let's see what time it is, 7 o'clock. We'll probably be able to get them to I'd think pre-magnetization. We might have to look into the magnetization tomorrow. I'm making a Defiler. These just came out yesterday. Pre-orders were 2 weeks ago. Games Workshop didn't handle it well. They were not ready for the over-inundation. It like blew out their website. And so many people missed the opportunity to order them. So it was a mad dash yesterday to try to get places to possibly find one. Local stores were being told they were getting less than they actually ordered, stuff like that. Like there was so much craziness going on. This is War. You're on Twitch. It should say Warhammer in the... Yeah, this is Warhammer. Here, let me show you. Here you go. It's this. It's fine. I'm not that angry. It's whatever. But yeah. I got lucky. One of the stores I went to, between a person who was like, I don't actually need one, and being third in line, allowed me to get one of them. And then a friend calling me randomly later in the day allowed me to secure the other. So we're slowly working up the completion of it. We've gotten their middle points together. We went with the peeking to the left and peeking to the right variants. Let me see if I can grab one of these. It's going to take till tomorrow to dry, but I made a bunch of bases meant for them. So we're not gonna be able to glue the legs in until like this is dry and ready to go. Because these are going to be on top of it. I'm going to have to try to like find a fun position for it to face, to have like the claws on things, look like it's climbing over stuff. Because I want them to be more dynamic than just standing on a flat surface. But yeah. So I got my hands on 2. I'm kind of happy about it. So we're just putting them together. We're almost to the first stage of needing to figure out how to magnetize. So, normally in Warhammer... Let me just glue this on. Normally in Warhammer, the bases are just flat, right? There we go. So the bases tend to just be like this little flat surface. Right? So the characters just glue to them the way that they would normally glue to anything, really. It's just like, all right, I'm glued down. It's cool. But what's cool with vehicles is these legs down here, the little spider legs and then the hand claws, they get to go into these like holes, which means they actually can be rotated and adjusted to fit and assess like angles. So when I have a base that's like multi-layered with all the corkboard, I can make it look like maybe it's like squatting down on one side with like one claw up or going sideways. I have this other one that let me see if I can grab it. I put a really big pillar on it so I can kind of have this facing this way, and I can have like one of the spider claws like up on here, like he's stepping onto this. And then coming out that way. So yeah, we're going to have some fun with it. Oh yeah, this is going to be a multi-day process. And then we have to figure out how to magnetize, because these things can get different weapons. And the different weapons make for some fun concepts. So I need to be able to swap between the different weapons based on what kind of matchup I'm having, or like what kind of... Well, not matchup. That's technically... You're not supposed to list build for what you're about to go into if you have the foreknowledge. It's called list tailoring. But if I build my own list, and my list, the thing I build is like, hey man, you're really gonna want more anti-tank, I could lean one of these into more anti-tank, and if I want more anti-infantry, I could go that route too. No, yeah, I play a lot. I'm trying to get these together because if I want to do tournaments, the army that I'm going to use them in is pretty new. And it's kind of known that it doesn't have like a lot of potential into like tanks and stuff, right? It has a problem of just like bad statting and things. Like you have to have very specific units. There's not a lot of choice. They don't have a lot of data sheets, I guess, is the terminology used usually. I'm going to actually change this, I think. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's all down to a ton of different abilities, the way they interact, and then rolling dice to see if things succeed or fail. And then scoring points based on your positioning, actions, and the results of whether or not you like get kills when you need them. Super fun. It's like chess with dice. It's great. And I love painting stuff. So these guys are going to be part of this detachment and army. So they're going to have a similar paint style. These aren't done. This is actually one of the finished ones. So they're going to have a very similar color scheme of bright pink underneath, glowing up from the surface into an actual like purple armor. But yeah, we've been waiting as a player of this army. I think it's been a year since they came out almost, and we've been waiting for something of this level of value. Okay. Oh, we gotta do it to the other one. Ooh, this was expensive. Although I did get a slight discount. They're $145 each normally, and I got $135 on one of them because a buddy of mine got it from like his store that he used to work at, and they gave him the employee discount. I mean, it's expensive, but when you look around at things like Magic the Gathering and you consider pricing, like, it does kind of fall within certain paradigms of like, oh yeah, that's right. And like, now that I have them, I can play them. And people I know who have the old ones can technically still play those. They don't look as good, but I mean, they're usable. So it's not like you get completely screwed over. Oh, this guy buying audio equipment. Damn. Record shit. Man. Got some solid tube amps, bro. I got a pretty basic record player, and it just hooks to a Bluetooth speaker. I'm not pure audiophile. We did have something pretty... when I was in college, my roommate, sophomore and junior year, when he... back home, theater was closing down. And he knew the theater people. Like a full-blown movie theater. And he talked one of them into giving him one of their subwoofers. So they pulled one of the theater-grade subwoofers out of the theater and gave it to him. So we had that in our apartment. And it was like a small apartment packed in with so many other people just living there. And I remember he was so excited to use it. And I was just like, I don't know, man. I think we're going to get some complaints. But the first day we used it, we were like, yeah, let's do it today. We cranked that thing. You could feel that in the hallway. Like the hallway going to our apartment. You could just full body vibration. Just... Yeah, he was a mild audiophile. Sennheiser equipment. Like, he was all over the place. But there was a guy local here who started a cafe that was like a vinyl cafe. Like, you could go there, get records, get some coffee. He knew audio too. Like he set the place up to have beautiful acoustics for a small store. I bought the record player from him when he was leaving because he was moving to, I think, Upper Philadelphia or something. No, Pittsburgh. So he was moving the store there with him because his wife got like a job up there that was pretty good. So I have a couple records, record player. It's pretty fun. He's a cool dude. One of those like crazy entrepreneurial people, right? Like started out where he was just like, I want to make food and vinyl, but then the food was like a little weird to make, and it was one of those things where just him, he never got anything else done because he was constantly making food for random people coming in. So he kind of did away with the food, went with the coffee, and then he was like, oh, I want to expand what we do here again. So he turned the whole place into like a live music venue, started up some kind of like local group that could be contacted by artists to be put on like a list so that places that do live music could easily find them and check out like their samples and stuff. Like he was going crazy, man. Huge music head. It was awesome. Supposedly he's coming back. Because I think the art gallery that was over there where he was also closed. I think he was thinking of buying it. He was hugely passionate. He knew he could play like so many instruments. Just one of those dudes. It was awesome. He had a big collection of like amps and really cool guitars. Very intrinsic knowledge. Like I've never personally thought of amp culture, like, but amp culture is seriously a thing. Like knowing how different amps from different companies from different years sound is huge. Because you get so much variance between all of it that like, if you're also huge into trying to get your guitar sound to be a specific way, you kind of have to go hunting for some of these amps. So that was kind of cool. I missed that place. I'd go there like I think it was like Wednesday, or I had a schedule. I always went in there and I would just sit there and draw for like 5 hours. It was a great place to just chill out. No, yeah, modern day amps are good, but like I don't know, there's something about the old ones where because it's analog, like there's something about the analog nature of it that causes it to feel different. Whereas like there's something about the modern with like certain digital application where it's like, just there's something off about it at times. Depending on what you get, of course. But as with all technology, improvements usually occur. But it is fun watching certain people within like different music cultures go hunting, like they go hunting for like weird electronics that they can plug into their straight up like crazy audio collections. I fell down a rabbit hole on YouTube of watching people be like, hey, you know that sound in that movie? Yeah, I made that sound. You want to see how I made it? And then like they pull out some weird nonsense, like a children's toy. They're like, I was sitting there and I heard this and I was like, wait, if I put that through this distorter. Next thing you know, you find out like certain iconic noises are coming from like 80s toys. They're like, yeah, my nephew was just like chilling playing with this. And I was like, that's the noise I need. God, we are so close to the magnetization part. There's no way in hell I'm getting to it today. I've got a couple hours, which is fine, but like, I feel like today we're just getting all the parts glued together. Not necessarily completely together, because I gotta wait for the legs for other stuff to dry. Ah. No, the glue is halfway between tacky and slippery. It's the worst state of being. It fits there, but then it leans all the way back. I don't like that. Keep on. No. There must be too many fumes in my room for this. It's keeping the glue loose. For some reason, I do know the meme, but I can't place it. Like, I can hear the voice in my head of, like, the origin of it. The more I work on these, the more I think we should be listening to the Doom OST. Mutilators. Are you going to try to enjoy slamming them into people out of a Land Raider till that gets turned off in a data slate? It's always my check for the Mutilator. Average Mutilator enjoyer. Or are you going to stuff a Rhino full of them and see what happens? I love death metal. I like melodic death metal. My favorite band's Insomnium. That's actually one of the bands I have a lot of albums from. To those who are confused about what I'm talking about, in the top left-hand corner of your screen, at least until someone yells at me for it, there should be a multi-chat. Are you a huge fan of Oblitz? Because that's one of the things I'm wondering about going into 11th, is if you can deep strike within 8, is Melta still the same? Like, are they just increasing Melta potential, or is Melta about to see a shift? But yeah, I love Insomnium. You think so? They're gonna roll it back to old? It probably won't be double like third and fourth and all that, but I could see them being like +4 strength or something. Like, make it stronger than a las cannon from half range. I'm down for that. All right, let's get the shoulder pads on. I'm not even a Melta user, right? Like, I don't really have a lot of access to it. But if GW came to me and was like, hey, man, Meltas are going to be stronger than las cannons from half distance, I'd be okay with it. I think my buddy would absolutely start playing his sisters way more. Although his Harlequins have a lot of fusion weaponry too. Although they are 3-inch Melta. Which, okay. I mean, they're Harlequins, so they're fast. They'll get within the 3. Maybe it's like +2 strength damage. Whatever the Melta number is both strength and damage. Melta 4s would be nuts. Evening. What's up, TechCast? TechCast, I'm guessing? TechCast! We do have a friend thinking of playing Salamanders, so it would be the ideal time. That might factor his decision if they were like, yeah, Melta's plus strength and damage. Immediately just owns a ton of impulsors and Melta squads. What up, Maddox? When was the last time you tuned in? Did you tune in when I was playing Replaced? Not much has changed. I changed the camera angle because I needed more space, of course. Behemoth I know. Be'lakor I also know. And for funsies, since you were like, I've seen Warhammer, Be'lakor is the name of one of the Greeter demons. as well. I mean, it's a general name, absolutely, but that's in 40K and Age of Sigmar. And I think, yeah, I think I've listened to Ghost before. I usually follow Howard Jones around. Because Howard Jones, after Kill Switch, just like goes to a bunch of different bands and usually does some cool stuff. If you're into Ghost, it's not the same necessarily. I think he did a cover of one of their songs, though. Dead on a Sunday. Oh, the Nundums. So that was back when I was doing the 140 models for my friend. Yeah. Yeah. That's because you're watching me do something with joy in my heart. I'm so excited. Defilers! It is indeed the new Defiler. We're trying to get most of it up to the point where the legs could be glued in, but we're not going to glue them in because I got to wait for the bases to dry. And then the guns need to get pieced together up to the point where I need to get the magnets on them. This guy just dives in, no titles needed. Lol. This guy freeballs streams. But yeah, I got lucky. I've been telling everyone all day. The Games Workshop screwed up the pre-orders. It sounded like they messed up the distribution. There's a lot of bad. So the assumption was we weren't getting these. I was first in line on pre-order day. Wasn't able to pre-order any. Thanks to the store kiosk just not updating. My friend was sitting at home spamming. Absolutely spamming to try to buy one, and he never got to see it before they sold out either. So I got one for being third in line at the store for pre-order day. And then my buddy called, who was like a state away from me, who was like, I found one. Yeah, Chris, it was not good. They messed up. They messed up hard. They probably should have kept going with the take a number situation. This is for my friends who put needles in their veins. Yeah, Mortrid, have fun. Have fun. We'll probably be streaming for a couple more hours because I do want to try to get all these parts together. Because again, this is kind of the first part of the magnetization. There's two chest cannons. There's the battle cannon and the plasma cannon. So we need to see... I need to pick the plates that I want. I might try to just go like regular plates, no chain. Screw it. Well, we'd probably do both. And then I need to see how they sit. Because if they sit well, and then I can like kind of pop the cannon in without needing to remove this. Or wait, no. Okay. Wait, so the whole thing is supposed to move. Which means, technically I want to do the plasma cannon and the battle cannon, and then use each of the different plates in order to attach to each cannon. And then I think you can pop the cannon out and replace it. Oh my god, you might not even have to magnetize this part. Let's check it. We're going to have to do a thing with this where for the parts that magnetize, because I didn't really magnetize a lot of stuff for my Emperor's Children for the sole reason that a lot of them is based on light, like the underglow that they have. We might have to make it so the upper body is almost like a complete thing, right? Like the glow ends around the mid-waist and then the upper body is fully painted as though there's no underglow. That way we don't get screwed up on like trying to match underglow colors. Okay. We'll check it with this first batch, and then we'll go from there. So like, what do you mean? How do you get others into war games? I don't know. That's the real answer, honestly. It's a disease. You need to try to, I guess, find a way to approach it in like just general fun, like out for a fun day, you know, like keep it slow paced. See what they might be interested in. Like, are they interested in other games like Magic or anything like that? Because I feel like a lot of it is introducing people to the game in like a grander scale than just like you. Because I don't know, depending on who you are, there's a moment where someone's like, yo, you want to play this game with me? And they've never played it before. There's kind of a feeling in the back of their head of like, you just looking for someone to defeat, right? Also, are they averse to challenge? Like, are they challenge averse? Because I've met people who are challenge averse. I had a little cousin who's challenge averse, and I remember trying to get him into like video games. And the moment the game was like, you fell down the hole, he was like, I hate games, and then just like walked away, and that was the end of it. Don't get. What do you do to get war games? I'm still trying to get into war games myself. Okay, what do you do to get war games? I mean, I go to stores. Thankfully, the local area to me is pretty good for Warhammer 40k. It's apparently okay for War Machine now that that's back. Star Wars Legion, I heard, is decent for like certain areas. Do you know of any local stores where it's playing? Because make a day of it. Like, go out and check it out. Like, do you know any local game stores or clubs? Also, there might be worthwhile to check, like, Facebook or something. Usually, store owners have access to, like, Discords and things, or at least the knowledge of Discords or Facebook groups for local play. Because I think that's really it. I think that's kind of the goal, is to at least show someone, like, the result, right? Because the result is usually people being happy. Like, I watch War Games live, and it's just people at tournaments having fun. So, like, showing someone something like that could make them be like, I want to play. And then past that point, it's making sure you have the rules and maybe access to the community. The models themselves might have to come from the store. I'm just trying to remember, is Star Wars Legion still going? I know X-Wing stopped. I think one of the companies that was doing one Star Wars thing stopped as well because they wanted to focus on Marvel Crisis Protocol, but I think that might be the Star Wars skirmish game and not so much Legion. Yeah, public places to check it out is cool. I think if you're trying to introduce one of your friends to it, though, you just got to find a place where they're playing, right? Like that feels like usually the right path to take, is being like, hey, check out the result, right? See the end game, not the startup, not the I have to learn something. See the people hanging out laughing, see the people, having fun, rolling dice, the moments of glory, the moments of failure, all of it, but seeing that it's not a problem, right? Like, rolling dice and failing something in a public space tends to not result in, like, I'm going to flip this table and start throwing things at people. It's usually just like, no, you won, oh, it's crazy. And then, like, people just seem happier about it, I guess. Plasma topside, big barrel topside, I think. Or no. There we go. What's up, Jezebelly? Oh, through Spawncast. Nice, nice, nice. Pragmata looks good. I already played Replaced, though, and I usually don't have a lot of headspace for single-player games, like, in a constant rate. I almost didn't get Replaced because of how much I played Crimson Desert. So Legion's still going. That's good. It's always a struggle. Like, I'm always worried with major IP games like Legion, because X-Wing ended. I think what was the name of the Star Wars skirmish game? Because I think that's the one that ended. It wasn't Legion, and Legion is small scale. There's also small scale 40K, just in case you're worried about local community. But if you have a good local community for Legion, go for it. And Star Wars, if you're already into it, like if everyone's already into Star Wars, it's almost a no-brainer because they'll immediately connect to the things on the field. Star Wars skirmish game. Shatterpoint. That's what it was called. From what I've seen of Pragmata, it's pretty good. All right, we need to see if this just pops in. We don't have to magnetize this. If your local game store plays, definitely go. Make a day of it. They tell you not to glue this part, too. And I can easily remove it. So what we need to do is glue the plate on. That seems to be the goal here, is to glue the actual plate on. And then we'll just have guns to switch to. That's nice. Points for whoever designed this. They give you enough chest plates for it. I mean, it's just more for me to paint, but I'll do it. I'm pretty sure you can. Because the connecting point for the cannon are these two little divots on the side. Which means it's friction hold. Which means over time it's going to suck, and I'm probably going to have to install magnets eventually. But yeah, you pop on, and then you just grab the cannon and you just pop off. Pop off, queen. Word. Yo, if the guns are friction fit as well, god tier design. Like, if I put the guns together and they're like, yeah, you just snap the extra components in, I'll be like, what? Yeah, you just pop them right out when you don't need them anymore. So we'll just grab the cannons off this one. Because honestly, both variants are good. We were talking earlier about like the stats and tools. I really want to run these in Carnival. The nipple guns, I don't think are. Because the nipple guns go into these little circles here. And I don't see a hold lip, which means I'm probably going to have to put magnets in. What, mayonnaise in general? I love it on BLTs, if that's what we're talking about. Granted, the barrels for the nipple guns are very close to the way they look, so you could probably just glue them and be fine. In general, mayo is really good. Have you ever had a grilled cheese where instead of using butter on the bread, you use mayo? Black Legion Terminators, probably. They might have as much bacon in them, so, I mean, works out. All right, this cannon. I mean, you don't have to have it, but I've had the butter version for the way to, you know, toast the bread, as it were. But mayo is just liquid butter. It's the same thing. It's just fat. And because it's liquid, you're able to spread it more evenly across a surface, which makes the actual like toastiness a little bit better. But I mean, sure, butter's goat. That's why almost every major restaurant that has tons of awards has like a bucket of butter in the back room that's almost the size of a human child. You're gonna tell Abaddon about my heresy? I'll be sure to bring lube with you, because I'm pretty sure that'll get him excited. I gotta make a better, more efficient way of making grilled cheese. Or maybe not. I'm completely fine with the BLTs I make at this point. I do like flax bread wrap BLTs that are so goddamn good. I put so much bacon in them. Can't wait to die of a heart attack. I'll be screaming Applewood bacon as I go. Twice now I've ordered BLTs. I've ordered BLT clubs, which, as everyone knows, is a BLT and a half. And then I've always ordered extra bacon on it. And both times the Wawa I've ordered it from, I had to, like, stop everything to make more bacon. We weren't ready. We've reached critical bacon mass. Ooh. Ooh, I do have potatoes. I have baby potatoes. I gotta figure out what to do with them. And now you're making me want to like go out and get some bacon bits or something and just throw it into a slurry of a sauce in a slow cooker and just let her rip. But yeah, I think big thing if you're trying to get someone into the game that you know, definitely find a community event and like take them to it to see the end game. Because I feel like if someone just dropped Warhammer on me, like just straight up dropped it on me, no knowledge, and was just like, here's the rulebook, figure it out, I might just be like, I got better things to do. But when I was a kid and I went to my local game store, they were having a tournament. I'm not that into Star Wars. And I know that that usually means on the internet that I avidly hate Star Wars and I hate everyone that likes Star Wars. That's not the case. To be clear, it's not the case. It just never interested me. Probably my favorite thing to ever come out of the Star Wars universe were the video essays that talked about why the worst thing about Star Wars were the Jedi. Like a lot of the biggest moments in the entire Star Wars universe didn't need Jedi to resolve themselves, and that on average the Jedi made it worse. Like they went into big detail. There. Oh no! I now see the problem with the nipple guns. We've stumbled into our first problem. So this is going to be an issue. Something fun you learn about food over time is that people taste food differently. But like not in small ways where you're like, there's no way in hell you would taste cilantro in this weird way that people tell me that they taste it. No, they do. I love cilantro. I have a friend who when he eats it says it tastes like dish soap. I don't taste dish soap when I taste cilantro, so it's one of those fun chemical things. Like for people who there are people who have zero response to capsaicin. Like they could just pick up a whole wad of actual capsaicin and just eat it and like not change. All right, let me grab some of the guns off of here. And let's see what we can do about the nipple guns, because I don't know. Now, on average, I imagine I'm never going to use the melta nipples. I feel like the 6 attack each autocannon nipple is like way better. Just overall. But that doesn't mean I don't want the option. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. You're talking about them. I can't see PFPs. I'm using multi-chat. I don't get to see anything. I'm blind. Okay, so this is the first possible difficult engineering thing we're going to have to do here. That might result in me just getting a magnet and calling it a day. But over the weekend, when I was playing games at my buddy's house, this came up. And I'm putting it to you all in chat. Do you prefer artificial banana flavor? Because I fucking do. Okay. So the issue here is that they want you to place this in. And then you're supposed to put this ring over top of it and glue that in. It lets you keep it on a swivel, but then you can't remove it. It's using the cork method. I've seen this on Knights before. So I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do this. I also might need to use my my sprue goo back here. I don't know why this didn't want to go together. It's just weird. So this will be a difficult choice. Probably the worst part of figuring out how to get these guns together. I'm going to put this all over here. Because next up we got to do the weapons. We got to do the legs and hands. Let me cut the other ones out though. There's a dairy farm near me that when I was growing up decided that they wanted to just, you know, make their own business based around their dairy. Because they used to just do cows and they would just sell the milk locally and that was it. And then one of them had the brilliant idea to go, hey, let's actually make ice cream. Let's make our own ice cream. Let's do it. They bought the machinery for it. They were able to mass produce ice cream out of their barn. And they had a banana flavor that was super artificial. And I swear to you, if I could access that banana flavor from them easier, like if that was in my local store, like they don't put it in grocery stores. They sell direct. You have to drive to them to buy it. And they make money. They make bank off of this ice cream. And if I had an easy way to go get it, I would have been dead by now. They would have been hauling my 600-pound body out of my room. It's the best thing I've ever eaten. I would have died of... what would be it? It would be vitamin deficiency. Because I'd be completely surviving off of banana flavored ice cream. All right, let's get these arms together. Giant claws. We in crab mode now. Now the bottom of these claws are movable, but that's not what we're going to be doing. A lot of the stuff that's closer to the actual base for this model is going to need to be held in place due to the lighting that I'm going to be using. Because if it can move around, it's going to look weird. We got lots of crabs around here, Jack. Freaking Maryland culture. Oh, thanks, Jezebel. I try to be chill. 59.58. Because, like, why not? Right? Now we're talking about crustaceans, and all I can think about is finding out that technically lobsters were food for the poor because they were weird looking, and rich people didn't like weird looking food. But then they slathered it in enough butter that now it's like, oh, this is food for the rich. Lobster stonks are up. I'm willing to go Delmarva area, Jack. I know we got people here from the Spawncast, and I mean, if you ever watch that, if you watch it enough, eventually one of the co-hosts I'm with just straight up goes like, yeah, we live in this area. Just starts naming the shopping centers near us. It's like, dude, you don't give a fuck. He's not out here getting the random, like, Facebook messages from the weirdos who are just like, yo, I hate that you said that about that game. Come outside, I know where you are. It's like, what? We really about to throw hands over a Nintendo game, bro? We gotta get priorities straight. I had a guy threatening to, like, friggin' hunt down my daily movements. All because he didn't like one of the people who was on the podcast. It's like, what? Calm thyself. It's not that serious, man. It's video games. It's not like Warhammer. Warhammer's serious. Wait, what was that, Jack? Did you say you? Or did he say me? No, it wasn't me. Well, so they can be cool or insane. That's everywhere. You got car guys that are the same way. You got like I mean, I imagine beekeepers probably have their psychos. Like it's everywhere. I mean, I imagine there's a yeah, I'll say it. I imagine there's a Smash Bros community player out there who showers. I mean, geez. There's always a rarity in every community. We found him. The one who showers. The grand outlier. Oh, I miss arena shooters and esports, like proper ones. I'll always have the memories of Unreal and Quake. Learning how to properly B-hop so you don't lose momentum and you just go crazy. Flick shot people in the head. Anyone here who ever watched Pure Ownage? I'm surprised Pure Ownage didn't end up being as legendary as it like should have been. That was the show. I'm glad they got a TV show out of it, but you could easily see in the TV show that they were kind of being told what to do. And it was sad when their one comedian friend who was like really going off in that show and people really liked him and he like died in a car accident. Ugh. Such a cool show. So it was an internet show that became a sensation. It was around the time of World of Warcraft, the original, when it came out. This thing called Pure Ownage came out, and it was a parody on video gamers. But it was a parody on video gamers back in the time of things like Command and Conquer, old CS, stuff like that. They sort of created larger-than-life, almost cartoony style characters. They usually had like some kind of statement, catchphrase, or action that they would do that kind of defined them. And they wrote these weird, just fun stories. And it got so big that what ended up happening is fans of it all over the world started renting out theaters to put the new episodes out. Like, they would have opening nights where theaters in every country on like almost every coast, there was a theater or two where thousands of people would come together. Yeah, FPS Doug, boom headshot. I remember when he bought that Sega light gun from the arms dealer, like the shady arms dealer. And then he pulled it out of his jacket, and they were like, what are you going to do with a light gun? And then he, like, shot a trash can, and it exploded. They're like, what the hell's happening? We used to watch that on loop. The best smell? I like lemon. Like, not like lemon pledge, but like lemon cake, right? So this is where they have sort of a reinforcement strut on here, but I'm guessing that's for a reason. Let me take a look at something. Because, like, why wouldn't I be able to move this up further? So there's some set stuff, but I can also make it slightly more advanced by, like, bending and melting some of these wires. Okay. Because they do sort of design it to sit on flat surface, and then the wiring that they have kind of forces you to use this in the exact way they want you to use it. Which is why they have these things in here. But with a little finagling, maybe even a little heat, I could easily make the wire go somewhere else. So this step, because we're waiting for this to dry, I think we build these components. We keep them together. Which means I actually have to finish building the armor, because there's armor that goes on this that doesn't affect this. Right? I wonder. Nah, it's too small. T-Fall! Probably the closest thing to friggin' Unreal that there was. Even though the movement tech was a little bit more defined and easily accessible for some. That was probably the most recent game that I've played that gave me that feeling of like, oh yeah. $64, $63. What am I missing? $65. Oh, Star Siege Tribes. I played Tribes on PlayStation 2. That was awesome. I had the modem attachment for my PlayStation 2. I played Tribes on that with a buddy of mine because you could play split screen apparently for that. That was great. I'll take a look at Diesel Knights. It always makes me a little sad though when I look into like new projects for things because I probably the biggest competitive game that I played heavily recently. Well, I say recently. It's been a while. Stained mode. was Gigantic, and then Gigantic, died, and then it got re-released recently, like a year or two ago or something. And then the people who re-released it after buying it, they were some of the original creators, and they made it sound like they were gonna try to get some things fixed up and actually keep going with it because they did love it. And then they didn't do anything with it. It just died again. I love the hell out of Gigantic, man. I can't be hurt again. And what's happening is apparently there's a game coming out that one of the original big esports personalities from early Gigantic is making. She wants to actually have a game that has that same feeling. So she decided to make it because the fans who said they were gonna do it just kept arguing with each other and then never actually did anything. Project Stamina, I think is what it was called, is so far from being complete. So it's a hero shooter, third person, but it's heavy emphasis on melee. Was kind of the big thing about it for me. And the way that they made the melee work was actually astonishing, because melee is hard to do in a game, because you have to be very accurate with the area that melee occurs, and then tick rate causes problems with it. But for some reason, it was insanely smooth. What do you mean stress marks? Do you mean weird? What? Are you making something? Oh, you've only done Gundam? Are you talking about this, or are you talking about just in general? Because stress marks on this, I'm going to leave, because this is chaos. That's thematic. But depending on, if you need to fill something, there's usually stuff called, sprue goo. I don't know if you've ever used sprue goo before. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you mean now. So I usually leave it because I don't really care. Because it's chaos, and having slight alterations in surface, it kind of works for me. It's fine. But if you're trying to really clean it up, I don't know. You said you've done Gundam stuff. Are you familiar with Tamiya? So what you can do with Tamiya when you're running out of it is you take the actual plastic from whatever you're building, right? You'll have your sprues, which is just extra plastic. It's this stuff. You can just cut the sprue bits out. You throw it in here. And then it melts and it becomes gooey. It creates a sort of pre-melted plastic. And if you're good enough with this, if you're good enough to reapply this, you can kind of go over that surface and smooth it out and sand it once it dries. Or you get something called green stuff, which I have been informed today and I haven't looked into, so take this with a grain of salt. The company that makes the green stuff for pretty much all the companies that sell it is gone. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. But you could, if you have green stuff or something like it, it's like an epoxy paste, like an epoxy putty almost. You get it together, you apply it over the surface, and then you shape it, mold it, and smooth it until you're good. And then you're fine. Wow, they really just want you to friction fit this and be okay with it. Crab claw. Yeah, green stuff is fantastic. It's bad news if it is actually gone. But hopefully another nerd company takes it over. Because it is just epoxy. So, I mean, figure out the chemicals. Maybe Army Painter will pick it up for themselves and actually just try to make it. But with how many different paint brands we've been getting over the last couple years, I feel like one of them just needs to be like, yo, I'll make green stuff. They can be the hero we need. So Games Workshop has green stuff, but it's not what you think it is. It's the paint. It's kind of like a seam sealer. So if you have a really thin seam, you can apply it, and it kind of smooths it out. The thing is, my glue is extra thick. Like how I like my Latinas. So it kind of does that already. So like you just put the glue near the edges, and it usually just closes the gaps for you. It comes in a bottle that's like their paint, but it's not really what you think it is. But yeah, those are two usual ways. They might have, or you might have just gone to a local game store like I did, and they just had it next to the Games Workshop stuff. I feel like because it's an epoxy resin, like it's an epoxy combinable, like resiny almost surface, there's got to be a general hardware equivalent, right? Like one that can get close to the detail, even if it's not fully to the level of what green stuff was able to pull off. There has to be something. Make the other crab claws. I'm going to make the legs. Also, if you're familiar with Tamiya, as you are a Gundam person, Tamiya also makes a giant bottle of something called acetone. Chemically, it is insanely close to the Tamiya plastic glue, the plastic cement stuff that they have. And it's like a quarter of the cost. So, if you ever need Tamiya style glue and you don't want to spend the glue level of like money, highly suggest looking into their acetone. Yeah, there's a whole video on it somewhere online that I was watching. But someone looked at the ingredients, basically, like the chemical composition of their acetone, and it's almost exactly the same as their plastic glue. Because that's what it is, right? The acetone melts the plastic. That's what it does. It melts the plastic on the side on both sides that's touching it, and then has it intermingle and swirl between it. And then once the acetone evaporates in the air, then all you have is two pieces of plastic that are now merged. And that's what acetone does. So they sell giant bottles of acetone and then tiny bottles of glue with almost the same chemical composition. If you've ever heard of something called the pink tax, which is products meant for women that because the boxes are pink cost $10 more, but are the exact same as anything sold for guys, I think it's the same exact concept. It's the, hey nerds, do you want to glue something together? Buy a smaller container of our acetone and pay way more for it, please. Truly diabolical. My table is about to be covered in parts. Yep, that's a little trick that I heard that seems to work. So keep that in mind. There's got to be an epoxy frickin' putty. I kind of want to buy a bottle of that, like, acrylic masking stuff. I saw someone using it in a short recently where they were trying to paint, like, a brown and gold bodysuit over top of a flesh tone that they nailed. It was such a good flesh tone color. And then it's one of those moments where you're like, now I need to gradient. I need to add the gradient for this, this suit, and I don't want to screw up the flesh tone. So there's this, like, paint that's... It's almost like straight, thick acrylic. And you can apply it, and it applies super smooth over surfaces. You let it dry. You then do your regular airbrushing, and then you go back and you just peel off the blue stuff you applied. I need to look into that. Because it was so cool looking. Is the Midas touch uncontrollable, or could I wear, like, a glove or something? Like, what's the limit here of the Midas? Because both are cursed, but one's less cursed, in my opinion. Unless you're about to hit me with, like, the full-blown immortality curse of, like, your body will still grow old and die, but your brain will never stop. You'll be lying in that autopsy table, and you'll still be there. It's just your body won't be moving. You'll feel yourself decay. And then, you know... You'll find that if you ask me questions like, I think you've asked me questions like this and I've done this to you. But if you ask me questions like this, I try to like pick it apart. Because nerd battles for random concepts. Because like my first thought, right? My first thought with the Midas touch thing is you starve to death very quickly, right? Or you figure out very rapidly how to make gold, turn it into cash, and then you hire people to handle all that. Like, you have to do it very quickly. But then the trick is, because you can create gold, you become a problem on like an international level. Because you'll just offset the entire gold market, which offsets most economies, right? Because like, if everything can be gold, then oh well. Yeah, but you have to make your food, too. Tell me how you're going to pick up your food to make it. And are you talking about hands only, or are you talking about anything you touch? Because, like, what's the variance here? If I put it in my mouth, does it turn to gold like friggin' ash for vampires? So hands only. Okay, so that's good. Because I'm pretty good at cooking with chopsticks. And then, yeah, you would just wear chainmail gold gloves. But I do think the issue would become that, like, eventually someone looks into you, right, and finds out you can do this. Next thing you know, you're, like, drugged, chained to a wall, and they're just, like, bringing things to you to be like, turn it to gold, I need money. Which, I mean, then you just turn the gold, the chains to gold, which gold is a soft metal. You could probably, like, snap it, maybe. But in my own head, I become the gold assassin, right? Because what you've actually done is you've handed me a weapon that can make it through any metal detector in the entire world. I just don't touch anything with my hands as I go through. Get into like any building anywhere, find my target, and just touch them and walk away. Because the alternative is you just turn a ton of things into gold, turn that into cash, and then someone goes, uh-oh, the market's destabilized. And then they figure out who you are and end you. I mean, the conscience is there, but like, who else could say that you could do that? Right? Like, you get to go out as the gold killer. I mean, sadly, everyone will start referring to you as the villain from James Bond. They'll just call you Goldfinger. And you're like, no, that's not me. I'd be the Midas murderer, baby. Get that alliteration. That was what was that? That was one of the storylines in, it wasn't Doctor Who, but it was one of the spin-offs of Doctor Who. It was about that like that group of people who like deal with sort of the fallings out of Doctor Who level the issues in the world, right? That show got dark so quick too in so many different moments. But one of the general stories in it was that death stopped. Right? Like, death just stopped. No one dies anymore. But you're going to feel it. You're going to feel every moment of it. You're going to decay. You're going to grow old. If someone shoots you, you're going to feel that. If someone beheads you, your head's just going to be alive. And I remember the twist being that like someone knew this was about to happen. I didn't watch it too much further to know too much about it. But I just remember the part where like they were trying to figure out why this was happening, and then they stumbled into a warehouse that was filled with painkiller. A lot of people like Doctor Who, specifically newer Doctor Who. There's a large group of people in the US that liked old Doctor Who, but then a lot of people were introduced to it with the reboot. Well, not the reboot, but the random, like, we're bringing it back moment. I know some people who really liked the older Doctors. But yeah, like Tennant, and pretty much all the newer ones. Those were like a lot of people in the US got into them. Because the writing was pretty good. Like the way that the overall series was written, where they almost knew the whole path of what the major story was going to be and where it was going to end up. And then just write like all the little disconnected things in between and how it kind of felt interesting. It was good. As I am bad with names in all situations. The one that came before Tennant, I know he only got like one season, but I know a lot of people who are like, they kind of wish he did a couple more. This is what they're going to become, man. These are my Emperor's Children. This is the paint scheme my Emperor's Children use. And that's what these guys are going to be. Pink from below, glowing upward into cobalt, that then becomes purple. And then we do non-metallic gold over the trim. And any of the details become what they need to be. All energy is done in yellow and yellow-orange. I don't know if Netflix had the role in the early stuff. The later stuff, I think, yes. But I don't know. Did the Tennant series come out on Netflix? Because I'd argue piracy made it popular in the United States. Because that's how I watched it. Because I think you needed BBC to watch it. And not the BBC that I think a few of you are like, heh, about weirdos. Hey, no problem, Jack. But yeah, those are the last of my Noise Marines. We got to paint. Once these are ready to go, we'll paint the last of my Noise Marines and these. Like, I remember being in college for this, I think, with the reboot. It was either college or high school. And then I just remember coming across it in, like short form, or no, like, just general video online, and I was like, I kind of want to watch an episode. So, the first of the reboot season was already done, so I just found a whole package of it online, and I downloaded it. And I watched it, and I was like, yep, I'm going to keep watching this going forward. This was awesome. I didn't even need, like, it's good for a reboot to introduce you to stuff that the true fans know without really needing you to look back through it to figure it out, right? Like, they did a really good job with that. Like, the introduction of the Cybermen in the new season, like, everyone from before is like, oh, Cybermen. But, like, it wasn't like how every Marvel movie that ever starts coming back out does, where they're like, all right, we're gonna give you the Peter Parker origin story again. It's like, all right, thanks. I guess I'll watch it. I guess cool. We've been here before, but I'll sit through it one more time. They were just like, yeah, this guy's kind of immortal and time travel, and here we go. It's like, whoa, all right, that's refreshing. This guy out here trying to say Mamma Mia in my chat. They got the Krampus. Now that you said Krampus, I might have to rewatch Grimm again. My true guilty pleasure TV show. That arguably sucks a lot. But for some reason, I enjoy watching the first couple seasons of it. There was that movie. I think it's from the same group that did Trolls. It's like that European group that likes doing just weird movies about fun stuff. Kind of horror-ish, but like with European heritage twists on it. And then they did that movie where the team that was like digging in this giant burial ground that they found that looked like a mountain, but it wasn't. They found out it was hollow by scanning it. They're like, what did they bury in here? And then they discovered what looked like Santa Claus. They're like, we found Santa Claus? Nope. It was Krampus. They released Krampus into the world. Bunch of elves were coming into that area, but all the elves were just really old men. It's so weird. Loved it. You guys got to revitalize it. Release the short form content. Make all the new kids like it. You asking him about the Krampus holiday? That's why I love like old European stuff, because old European stuff was all about inflicting fear on people to get them to like do stuff, right? Krampus was the real reason why you didn't want to be an asshole as a kid. It wasn't about the Santa. It wasn't just the Santa of like, you're going to get presents if you're good. Ah, cool. It was also the, if you're an asshole, you're going to get the shit beat out of you. He's going to put you into a tree, you know, get you up there, keep you there until the winter solstice, and he's going to eat you. The fear was just important, just as important as the positive reinforcement. Alright, so the rest of the legs will come on here. And then we gotta figure out all these weapons. Time is it? 8:50. I might have to finish these legs off stream, guys, because I'm probably going to be editing soon. God, this was intense, though. This was a lot of stuff. So we got the front claws done. We got the chest cannons done. We got the masks made. We've cut out all the nipple guns, but we don't know how we're going to apply them yet. I edit Newswave. It's for my buddy over on Spawnwave Media. It's video game news stuff. It's a daily show. That's my job, basically. I do a little night editing for a paycheck. It's probably good to do this because I've been streaming for 4 hours, which means I'm starting to get burned out. The glue fumes are getting to me. And I'm gonna need to take a minute before I really get into this, because this is what I was talking about. There's only 2 of these per model, and it needs to be able to switch between this, the autocannon, the las cannon, the flamer, the side components, which are like the autocannon stuff, the las cannon battery. I think there's like the flamethrower tanks. There's the missile launcher. So we have to figure out how to glue these together and then make it so that there's a magnet snap in on the side and the front that works for this, unless dry fit works, which it might. So that might be tomorrow. But bodies are set. I think I might go over them with that sprue goo I showed you guys, because this is split a little bit. And I don't know how that happened. I might either hit it with like a lot of glue or sprue goo. But both of them are that way. This one's worse. But like I said at the top of the stream, this was giving me Mutalith Vortex Beast flashbacks building it, because you have to kind of build as a ball. Like you build like a part, and you have to just make it all fit. Which means usually by the end of it, there's a gap, and you don't know where it came from. I'm going to magnetize all the guns. Yes, that's the plan. It is complicated, but I've done it before. And I think with a model that's $145, I kind of want to be able to switch between the guns. Like live. Because not only do I have to magnetize them, but I also have to magnetize the arms they attach to so that they can attach, then get the weapons, or be removed and then be replaced by the melee variant, which is like a big whip. So yeah. We'll stream tomorrow. We'll probably start around the same time. I'm trying to do more afternoony streams, because usually if I stream at noon, East Coast, no one's here. And then I usually stop stream right as people show up. So thanks for coming in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking. Thanks for chilling. We should have more tomorrow. If you're not already in it, I do have a Discord. That is where I usually say when I'm going live. Thanks for the subscription there. And yeah, till then, guys. Later.